Come on, let's get up and get pumped!
To defeat their Western Conference rival going into this game. Have you with us for more NBA action? This is Kevin Harlan with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. Portland playing for the home crowd again tonight. They like their chances, but this could be a tough game for them. Facing up against a talented roster, they'll have to show that they're the better team.
And they've battled these guys to one win and one loss. It's been really an intriguing matchup. I'm looking forward to seeing how the third chapter plays out.
Likewise, I mean, they've got no choice but to go for broke here, let it all hang out. Both of these teams, I mean, they know each other really well over the first two meetings, and it's led to a bit of animosity between them. At least that's how I'm reading it. So it should be one heck of a ball game here.
Here's the starting group for point guard. Booker out there with Zeller. Then it's Harden, and it's Henderson in at the small forward position.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
Nice make for him as they get the scoring started.
Yeah, he gets it going, and who knows now? You know, it might be a really big night in store for him.
And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was... So for the Trailblazers, their last game, a win against the San Antonio Spurs.
And we've talked about how in the NBA you've got to earn your points the hard way, and that really wasn't the case in that game for them.
No, there was no hard way about it. I mean, they got their points easily.
Group here for Portland. Ed Davis is checked in for Whiteside. Boozer comes in for Ilyasova. Bellinelli, he's checked in for Al Farouk Aminu. And McCollum subbed in for Mario Chalmers. Houston with a big group substitution here. Cody Zeller's checked in for Booker. Brewer comes in for Gerald Henderson. Jay's checked in for James Harden. And it's Jennings in for Patrick Beverly. And let's catch up with our sideline reporter, Doris Burke. Doris, over to you.
Well, Kev, Freak in the last matchup against the Lakers put on a show. He had 29 points and was on the mark from deep, draining several threes. We could see his role in this offense expand.
Change here. Portland leading by 18. And the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up his final foul. And he will sit for the rest of this game.
Well, at this stage, you might as well have a seat and get off the floor. They've got no chance.
So as we conclude the first half, so far fairly one-sided. Trailblazers out in front, opening up a huge gap.
Well, James...
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
This is 2K Sports. I'm Ernie Johnson. Welcome to the NBA. We're joined by the legends, Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. The fans are filling the seats in San Antonio, the site of our broadcast, and where the Spurs will be going up against the Houston Rockets. Taking a look at the Rockets, 6 wins in their last 10 games. They'd like to play even better. Tonight, a chance to add to their win total. You know, we've heard so long that Greg Popovich is one of the best coaches in the NBA, if not the best. What sets him apart, Kenny?
Well, he's patient. You know, that's the difference. Well, he keeps these games and seasons in perspective. He looks at the big picture, not the small picture. And he's adaptable. Adaptability is one of the hardest things for a coach to do, because sometimes they get set in their ways and say, this is the way we're going to play. But then all of a sudden you make 3 or 4 trades and you say, well, should we still play that way? He says, yes, we will be adaptable.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us for Noche Latina, the NBA's celebration of the Latin heritage, both among its players and fans. This is Kevin Harlan alongside Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg. Another chapter in this battle for Texas as the Rockets come to San Antonio. This game, an interesting matchup for them, facing another middle-of-the-pack team. They're looking to take a step forward. This is the type of game that they've got to measure the progress with.
I guarantee you what, guys, the adrenaline is already...
Last outing for Houston, it was a loss to the Trailblazers in Portland.
Yeah, major problems at the charity stripe in that game. They just could not convert their free throws.
And that makes it hard. Makes it hard to win, especially on the road. You get a chorus of about 20,000 yelling at you every time you put one off the rim. Boy, that's got to wear on you.
And a moment now to reset the lineups, courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up for the second quarter of basketball. On the court for San Antonio. Dushin here. Cody Zeller's checked in for Trevor Booker. Brewer comes in for Gerald Henderson. Jay's checked in for James Harden. And it's Jennings in for Patrick Beverly.
Boy, you got to love that nice assist by Jennings.
And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
I don't like that decision there on the entry pass. Not with the defender right there ready to pick it off.
All these open threes they're giving up have really been the driving force of this run.
And the points are starting to add up in a hurry, especially when you're giving up those looks from deep.
Guys, what do you think about the offensive approach? Rockets making a change here as well. Jay's checked in for E'Twaun Moore. Outside, Green. Offline with his 3. Rockets trail by 10.
Yeah, the shot clock's off. This could be the last possession of the quarter.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. That's exactly what they should have in mind here.
Now here's Rivers. Fires from deep. Again, the miss by Green.
As a player, you always want to be able to answer back, but he just didn't have it in him that time.
And that does it for the...
Thanks, Kevin.
The second half just about to get going here. Freak really making a difference here.
And in terms of points,
Spurs leading by 7, and the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up his final foul, and he will sit for the rest of this game. James Harden, he's checked in for the Rockets. So on the floor for Houston, Beverly and Harden, they're the backcourt. Booker out there with Zeller, and it's so it's San Antonio with the win.
Kevin, thank you. And now we get a chance to check out our Jordan Player of the Game. He really stepped it up and played very big tonight. A huge boost from an unexpected source. They'd love to see more of that.
He had not been a very useful player recently, but he found his form tonight. You got to give credit to the coaching staff. Even with him struggling, they were still giving him minutes, and it paid off. When he came in, he finally broke out and gave him a big-time performance.
He was dead on from the field tonight, guys.
And that brings us to the end of our broadcast for this evening. For Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Harlan, and our illustrious 2K Sports crew, this is Ernie Johnson saying good night.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome to 2K Sports. I'm Ernie Johnson, and it is my pleasure to be with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Tonight, it's the Houston Rockets as they'll be playing against the Dallas Mavericks at American Airlines Center. And guys, for the Mavericks, these guys are playing good basketball with 7 wins in their last 10 games, and they like their chances tonight. And as we come up to the midway point of the season, Kenny, we're seeing some of the veterans who started slower now picking up the pace.
Well, I think early on, a lot of times, if you've been in the playoff for some veterans, the early going in the season is a little mundane. But then as you start seeing the light at the tunnel, they don't pace themselves anymore. And you want to make sure that you're in playoff position to make something special happen at the end of the year.
Excellent use of the word mundane, by the way. How about you, Shaq?
Well,
We're here in Big D, Dallas, Texas, and outside a lovely look at downtown Dallas, bright as can be, sparkling. It's a Western Conference battle here at the American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas, as the Mavericks look to work the home court advantage. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's presentation of Noche Latina in the NBA. An annual tradition celebrating diversity and culture, and always a pleasure to bring it to you. This is Kevin Harlan. Joining me, Clark Kellogg, Greg Anthony, and courtside Doris Burke. You look at the Rockets. This is an important game for them because they've really been struggling. Just one win in their last 5 games.
And, Kevin, things really starting to get out of control for them. I mean, this losing streak is becoming an embarrassment, and it's only going to get worse if they don't figure out a way to stop it soon.
Yeah, sometimes, though,
Well, it was the Dallas Mavericks in their last game, a loss to the Spurs in San Antonio.
Yeah, and that was a night where they just didn't seem to be the type of team that we've grown accustomed to seeing. I mean, it was more about them being individuals on the floor than the collective unit.
Guys, I think it was simply a vacuum of leadership. Nobody really gathered the team and tried to rally them or pull them together. You know, that was most disappointing about the loss to me.
Jennings in for Patrick Beverley. Williams against Jennings. A wide open look here for DeRozan. Dallas, no good that time either.
Boy, that's a warm-up jumper there. I mean, when you're a pro, you can't make excuses for missing that one.
And there's the whistle on the shot. Took the foul, shot misses. He'll be shooting 2.
And with the offense getting right to the rim, at least they saved the layup.
Old school D right there, just telling them no easy layups. It's as simple as that. And that's what you expect from them.
You got it out. Get your pitch down there. I got shoot it.
And the second free throw, good.
Boy, they're really battling, guys. Not sitting back, being aggressive, attacking when they have the chance. I like that.
Man, I like their approach to the game right now. There's tremendous aggression on both ends, putting the onus on the officials.
Houston making a switch here. Moore's checked in. Jay's checked in for Houston. Rockets trail by 7. From downtown, that falls. Great assist by Brandon Jennings. Jay's got his first 3 points of the game. Williams kicks to Smith and stolen by Booker.
Timeout. Start it.
And while we can, let's find out a little bit about the shooting guards around the league and which of them have had the most assists over the last 10 games. In the third spot, DeMar DeRozan.
And what that group has a great understanding of is the importance of ball movement. I mean, they can all create their own shot, but their superb ability to set up teammates really stands out.
Yeah, I think you've got to attribute it to the unselfish attitude that each of them has. I mean, sure, they're going to attack and make sure they get their points, but they get just as much satisfaction in racking up assists, too.
And gotta like what they've been doing down low in the post.
I certainly do. You know, I like to see guys do their work inside. Their rebounding has been excellent, and that's always important in a close game. Yeah, he'll make the walkers.
And so it's a
Thank you, Kevin.
And it's been a back-and-forth game so far with no ground given through the... So it's a narrow victory for the Rockets. Pulling it out.
Gentlemen, I'm here with...
The 2K Sports postgame show.
And Ernie Johnson here again with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny Smith.
You're not going to see a lot of guys have 15 rebounds in a night. He was hustling all game long.
And that brings us to the end of our broadcast.
2K Sports pregame show.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome to 2K Sports. I'm Ernie Johnson, and it is my pleasure to be with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Tonight, we'll see the Los Angeles Lakers playing against the Houston Rockets at Toyota Center. Looking at Houston, they're not satisfied with the record over the last 10 games. Under 500 basketball, just not good enough. Looking to improve tonight. Well, without a doubt, the best thing to happen to the Lakers this offseason was jumping up in the lottery to land the number 2 overall pick, which they used on D'Angelo Russell. Kenny, how much does this help the Lakers?
Well, years ago, the Lakers had a pick, and they elected to go small instead of big with Vlade Divac and went with a guy named Kobe Bryant. And they're hoping that they can have this similar type success by going small with D'Angelo Russell.
It's a very good compliment to the team. You know, they already have a lot of guards on the roster. I'm surprised they didn't pick Okafor at number 2. I'd like to see the inside-outside that the Lakers are used to, especially when it comes to winning championships. Hopefully he could fit in.
That's it for us for now, but we'll have much more later.
We've got NBA basketball in store for you here in Houston, Texas, the home of the Rockets, live on 2K Sports. Looking at the last game for the Houston Rockets, it was a win against the Mavericks in Dallas. A 3-point win in that one. Always nice to come out on top in a close game.
Ready to go? And we're able to overcome what was a really poor shooting night, and you're not going to be able to win with a percentage as low as theirs that often unless you defend.
No style points earned for sure, Greg, in that game, but they did hit the big shot when they needed them, and oftentimes it's not what you do as much as when you do it.
Now let's check out our starters for the Los Angeles Lakers. We've got Randall. Russell is out there with Bryant. Then there's Jared Dudley, and it's Swanson in at the 5, roaming the paint.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade.
Here's Clarkson. And we have an intentional foul there, GA. Wish I could say why. Substitution here. Cody Zeller's checked in for Trevor Booker. Brewer comes in for Gerald Henderson. Jay's checked in for James Harden. And it's Jennings in for Patrick Beverly. Jay, he's in at shooting guard. Zeller is out there with Brewer. Then there's Jennings. And it's Capella in at the 5.
That's on me.
1:41 left now here in the second. Stolen by Clarkson. And the foul called on Freak.
That's on me.
And so he's picked up his final foul, and he will sit for the rest of this game.
The good news is they've already got this game wrapped up.
My bad.
And we've reached...
Kobe, what?
And the third quarter about ready to get underway. So we see Houston taking it up.
Yes, gentlemen.
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Thank you, Kevin. And now we have the opportunity to present our Jordan Player of the Game, James Harden. He led the way tonight with a double-double and was a major reason why they won tonight. His effort and intensity gave them the boost they needed. Let's go to Shaq. And that'll do it for tonight. For Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Harlan, and our illustrious 2K Sports crew, this is Ernie Johnson. Have a good night, everybody.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome to 2K Sports. I'm Ernie Johnson, and it is my pleasure to be with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Tonight, we'll be watching the Houston Rockets playing against the Utah Jazz at their home, Energy Solutions Arena. Well, for Utah, only one win in their last 6 games. They know they can play much better, looking to be more competitive tonight. And as we march toward the end of the regular season, Shaq, I want your opinion on veterans being rested in back-to-back games.
You know, Ernie, you hear a lot of people complain, but let me tell you, from personal reasons, it's the right thing to do in some cases, especially for the older teams to have a real shot to win a championship. Popovich has been doing it. Look how many rings he got.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about extending the regular season and taking away some of those back-to-back games. But it's like bowling, Ernie. I'm a good bowler. Like, you're using your right arm a lot, and sometimes you need to rest it. You can't just stop.
2K Sports checks in with our loyal viewers with a broadcast from Utah, downtown Salt Lake City, Utah, the home of the Jazz, Energy Solutions Arena. The excitement of the NBA is on the way. With Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg, this is Kevin Harlan. You look at the Rockets. They are right in the mix with the rest of the playoff pack, but they can't put it in cruise control just yet.
And I think for the Rockets, hanging where they are, right in the middle of the standings, will not make things easy for them down the stretch.
Well, it figures to be a hectic finish to the season as they attempt to lock down a postseason berth. They've got very little margin for error the rest of the way.
Here's the starting group for Houston. Jay, he's in at point guard. Henderson out there with Booker. Then it's Zeller, and it's Harden in at the shooting guard. And out of bounds as the Jazz gain possession.
Jazz ball.
And the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason. I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Right.
That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
Houston making a switch here. Beverly's checked in. And here are the Rockets now. They lead by 4. They put up a nice win against the Bucks the last time out.
They just looked stable pretty much from the get-go, guys. I mean, sometimes you'll see some inconsistencies come up in a road game that you don't see at home, but not the case in that one.
Tremendous balance on display, Greg. I mean, when you look at who was carrying the scoring load, making assists, playing unselfishly, I mean, they had it all working, and that led to the nice road win.
So on the floor for Houston, Jay in at point guard. Booker out there with Henderson. Then it's Harden, and it's Capella in at the center filling out the middle. Okay, well, let's check in with Doris Burke reporting from our sideline in this game. Doris, take it away. So it's Utah now. They're coming into this game off that recent loss to Atlanta.
Yeah, I had the chills watching that. It really was a nightmare defensively for them when you go into that building and get punished by some very hot shooting.
They didn't challenge the shooters. They didn't defend the shooters. Started ramping up and cranking up.
Gordon Hayward's checked in for Utah. And a switch here also for Houston. Jay's checked in for each one more. They get it again. Capella with the bucket. Capella's got it all tied up now for the Rockets.
And boy, has he picked it up since the start of the second. His shots now starting to fall.
Jennings with the steal. Oh, and a fast break for the Rockets. Jay. And he misses the go-ahead basket.
He hit a 3 in the first, but so far has been unable to capitalize here in this quarter.
And an intentional foul right there.
My bad. Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play. Shooting 100% in the quarter, they've made them all, taking full advantage at the line.
I tell you what, nice job making the most of their opportunities.
Get on up out of your seats and make some noise for your Jazz dancers.
And here are the teams that have been on fire from the three-point line ever since the All-Star break. Fifth, the Jazz.
Kevin, it's really hard to explain, but perhaps their whole team was motivated by watching the three-point shootout during the All-Star break.
They now take the lead. Jay's got 8. Utah's gone 5 of 9 when they put up the three-point shot tonight. And the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up his final foul, and he will sit for the rest of this game.
Well, their worst fear.
And the first half comes to a close. We've got a close game going on here. It's the Jazz leading by just 2. And a chance now to...
Yes, guys, I'm here with Derek Favors. And Derek, a big effort for you in that first half. Did Coach call...
And now the start of the second half. Neither side jumping out ahead through the first 2 quarters. So we see the Rockets get the win.
Well, Gerald, a win that certainly got to feel good with the way the team just kept grinding away. What is it about this team that enabled you to come away with the win?
We got a lot of fight. We had a little lull there, but we just came together and got sharp on offense and defense and got it done.
Competitive spirit.
The 2K Sports postgame show.
Many thanks, Kevin. So now we move on to our Jordan Player of the Game, James Harden. He put up a new season high tonight, and if he keeps shooting like he... And that'll do it for tonight. For Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Harlan,
The 2K Sports pregame show.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome to 2K Sports. I'm Ernie Johnson, and it is my pleasure to be with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. In this game, we'll see the Chicago Bulls against the Rockets in Houston. Looking at Houston, playing above 500 in the last few weeks. Not bad. They'd like to do better. We'll see if they can add a win tonight. One of the guys to watch tonight, Monte Ellis, such an explosive player at times, really dangerous when the fourth quarter rolls around, Shaq.
Yeah, Ellis, a.k.a. Baby AI, still has the speed to force defenders off of him. He's improved in the mid-range game also, but he can punish teams, especially if they disrespect him and give him space.
Well, the best thing that he can do is create for himself. That is a talent, to be able to get that many shots off at that clip, because consistently he can get off 4 or 5 shots in 5 possessions. That's impressive.
Get up out of your seats and let them hear it!
Mucho gusto, and welcome to Noche Latina on 2K Sports. From the jerseys to the food to the halftime entertainment tonight, a distinctive Latin flavor. This is Kevin Harlan with Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg and our sideline reporter, Doris Burke. The Houston Rockets coming to this one after a win against the Jazz in Utah.
And even in hostile territory, as they were that day, they had no jitters at all. I mean, the confidence kept growing as the shots kept falling.
And they were falling big time. I mean, from the top to the bottom of that roster, everybody was locked, loaded, and spraying jumpers.
We got a chance here to set the floor, courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go for this one. Taking a look at the Bulls, they've got Portis. Rajon Rondo is out there with Jimmy Butler. Then there's Noah, and it's Ingles in at the 3 slot.
Defensively, that possession better not start a trend because they just handed me 2 points. Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
The Rockets making a switch here. The Bulls leading by 4. An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg, I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
James Harden, he's checked in for Jay. So for Chicago right now, Ellis is out there with Rajon Rondo. Then there's Cole Aldrich. Then there's Jimmy Butler. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. From deep three-point range, can't get it to go. And in Chicago the other way. Tough loss coming against Cleveland in their last game played.
My bad. And listen, you have to take advantage of the freebies. And on that night, they did not. And that is why they just could not recover.
Exactly. I mean, they left too much cheese at the foul line. And in the end, it mattered on the scoreboard and cost them.
First one falls for him.
What a performance from Joakim Noah here. 12 points and also an assist.
Brandon Jennings, he's checked in for Patrick Beverly. And the Bulls making a change here as well. Hardaway's checked in. That one misses. Rockets trail by 17.
Alberto Jennings.
Here's Jay. Another miss by Houston.
He certainly didn't take advantage of the poor defense, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
I tell you what, I think he'd be happy if he can continue to get looks like that.
For Chicago, they have...
This season, in general, has not been kind to them at the free throw line. Only about 71%.
And this year, they haven't quite been able to maintain the free throw percentage they had last season.
And that one falls to Monte Ellis.
That's a great job getting to the line here. You know, he didn't have a single attempt in that first quarter because I thought he was tentative. Much more aggressive here in the second.
E'Twaun Moore, he's checked in for... 1:36 left in the first half. Stolen by Ellis. Oh, and here we go. Ellis has got it, the fast break chance. And the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up his final foul, and he will sit for the rest of this game.
Time to get the backup some burn anyway. This game's a wrap.
And the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up his final foul, and he will sit for the rest of this game.
2K Sports pregame show.
Happy St. Patrick's Day from all of us at 2K Sports. Can you do like an Irish accent there, Kenny?
I am a Smith, so that is an Irish descent.
He's not a real Irish. Shiver me timbers, Ernie.
Shiver you timbers.
That's not a St. Patrick's Day.
That's Lucky
deal.
Charms. What do you
Shiver
mean?
me timbers.
Shiver me timbers, Ernie.
Oh.
At any rate,
It means it's Irish. You
this
see,
is Ernie
understands
Johnson,
me.
and we got Shaq, and we got Kenny.
Shiver me timbers.
And tonight, it'll be the Houston Rockets going up against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And for Oklahoma City, the game tonight marks their second of 4 meetings they will play this season, and they come into this one feeling pretty good after winning the last time they met. Well, last season was pretty much a lost cause with all the injuries that the Thunder went through. When this team is healthy, however, Kenny, do you feel they should be a top contender in the West?
Oh, when they're healthy, they're one of the best.
At small forward, standing 6'5", number 25, John Henderson.
Let's go. Come on. Come on, man. Get ready. Win. Go to work.
Started. Other forward position.
We hope you're wearing the green today on this special presentation of the NBA on St. Patrick's Day. This is Kevin Harlan along with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. Doris Burke will be reporting from the sidelines.
Let's get a nice, clean game.
A battle in the Western Conference. This Houston crowd hoping to watch their Rockets come out on top. Their last meeting was in Oklahoma City, where they were unable to fight off the Thunder.
Probably their poorest defensive effort all season long. I mean, at home, that kind of D is not going to cut it. Never mind when you're on the road.
That's on me.
Hey, I don't know,
That's on
guys.
me.
This may be all speculation. Perhaps they had a bad flight into town the night before, and we all know a rough flight in can lead to turbulence on the court.
So here's Oklahoma City's starting group. Durant, the 3, and Ibaka, the 4. And Stevenson is out there with Felton. And it's Jordan in at the 5, down low.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that, you know.
Oklahoma City comes into this one after the win against the Utah Jazz.
And the thing I took away from that one was just how valuable their guys coming off the bench were.
I thought the reserves were the difference in the game, Greg. I mean, a lot of the scoring came from the bench.
Jordan, he's checked in for Steven Adams. Adrian Payne comes in for Serge Ibaka. Trevor Ariza's checked in for Kevin Durant. And it's Felton in for Lance Stevenson.
That's the kind of D that you're not going to find success with, guys. They've got to get a hand in the face.
The shot's good from Jay.
Only took them a few seconds to answer the 3 ball with one of their own.
Greg, we've got a 3-point battle taking shape here.
And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Rockets foul called. Freak.
Waiters gets a wide open look.
Oof, ugly second quarter for him, and now I think he's starting to really force the issue.
For the 3, and again it's the Rockets from deep.
And now he's taken a solid opening in the quarter and built on it here in the second.
And so they foul intentionally. Morris checked in for Jay. And a change for the Rockets. Jay's checked in for Ejuan Moore. And the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up his final foul, and he will sit for the rest of this game.
Well, fortunately for him, it really doesn't matter anymore.
And we've reached halftime in this one. Houston on top, ending the second quarter on a 12-3 run. And now we'll...
Well, James, an impressive first.
And welcome back as we continue. So it's Oklahoma City picking up.
Kevin Durant.
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Hi again, everybody. This is Ernie Johnson, joined by Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Kevin Durant. No matter what they threw at him during the second half, and that brings us to the end of our broadcast for this evening. For Kenny Smith, Shaquille.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello, basketball fans. Welcome to the NBA on 2K Sports, along with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. I'm Ernie Johnson. Tonight, it's the Houston Rockets as they'll be playing against the Golden State Warriors. And for Golden State, with a win here today, they'll stake a claim to the second-best record in the NBA. That tells you all you need to know about the year they're having. And as we march toward the end of the regular season, Shaq, I want your opinion on veterans being rested in back-to-back games.
You know what, Ernie, you hear a lot of people complain, but let me tell you from personal reasons, it's the right thing to do in some cases, especially for the older teams to have a real shot to win a championship. Popovich has been doing it. Look how many rings he got.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about extending the regular season, and taking away some of those back-to-back games. But it's like bowling, Ernie. I'm a good bowler. Like you.
Just a great look at the metropolis. That is Houston, Texas. Welcome, everyone, to NBA basketball here on 2K Sports. Tonight, it's Noche Latina, a celebration of Latin culture in the league. It's become an annual tradition and a very good one. Kevin Harlan here, along with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony.
Match up.
Here in Houston, it's another home game for the Rockets. Last time in Oakland, they lost to the Warriors. So far, no luck against this team. They've dropped both of the games in the previous two matchups this season.
And nothing to be ashamed about.
And for the Rockets, Jay in at shooting guard. Henderson out there with Trevor Booker. Then it's Patrick Beverly. And it's Capella in at the center position. And he commits the intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
And a moment now to reset the lineups, courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up for the second quarter of basketball. Angle. Here's Jennings. He's coming off a 10-point game against Oklahoma City.
But what stood out for me was his gorgeous playmaking out there. I mean, over and over, he was finding his teammates in a great position to score.
And so they choose to intentionally foul. Ejuan Moore is checked in for James Harden. Houston on D, a 12-point game. Livingston kicks to Barnes.
Yeah, easy call.
Yeah, you could hear the smack all the way over here where we are.
All right, we'll take a look now at how the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for the Warriors.
Boy, the three-point shot has really been dropping for them early on.
And also defensively, they've been able to cause some turnovers tonight, and that also builds confidence and gives you momentum.
Houston's gone 1 of 4 from three-point range in the second. Not a whole lot dropping out there for them. No good from Jay.
He certainly didn't take advantage of the poor defense, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
I tell you what, I think he'd be happy if he can continue to get looks like that.
The Warriors have knocked down 5 of their 9 attempts at the stripe tonight, so he gets them both.
Checking out the game Klay Thompson is having. 9 points, and 4 of his points have come at the foul line. He's made the most of those opportunities.
And you can't undervalue the importance of that.
And the first half is...
Thank you, Kevin.
All right, the second half beginning in just a moment.
A good quarter for Curry. He's got 14 points, and he's hit the mark twice from three-point range as well.
And Clark, it's no stretch to say the more points he gives them from beyond the arc, the better off they'll be.
So we see the Warriors taking the game here. To come into an opponent's building and dominate the way they did tonight says, I think, Greg.
How's that L feeling, Freak?
Yeah, you got us this time, man. We're going to get you next time, though.
Not happening, Freak. Keep dreaming, though. Hit me up when you get a chance. Got some stuff to talk to you about.
All right, we'll do. Hey, I'm serious. We're going to get you next time.
The 2K Sports postgame show.
Thank you, Kevin. And now we have the opportunity to present our Jordan Player of the Game, Stephen Curry.
There was nothing they could do to slow him down, Ernie. Man.
And that'll do it for tonight. For Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Harlan, and our illustrious 2K Sports crew.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Glad you are joining us today as we enter the final episodes of the NBA. They can do better, and they'll try to get on the winning side tonight. And the topic here, prior to tip-off, so many teams in the league going up-tempo these days. Kenny, as a player, did you like that style? I'm assuming you had to love it.
Because the one thing about playing up-tempo, Ernie, it brings you back to the roots of the game, why you started playing. If you ever go to a pickup game, you ever go to a park game, no one's stopping play and calling plays. They're going up and down. The big fella Shaq, when he first came into the league, the first thing I saw was him grab the ball coast to coast in the All-American game. That's what players want to do and people want to see.
You know, that was a great example, Kenny, but towards the end of my career and most of my career, I was honestly more of a half-court player. I was pretty fast for my
It's the Western Conference on display, featuring the Minnesota Timberwolves. Welcome, everyone, to NBA basketball here on 2K Sports. Tonight, it's Noche Latina, a celebration of Latin culture in the league. It's become an annual tradition and a very good one. This is Kevin Harlan with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. Take a look at the Rockets in the middle of the pack. Standings-wise, they're 13 games out of first.
And they've got some additional incentive today. The season series is knotted up at 1 apiece, this being the deciding game. And Clark, what do you think's going to go down?
Well, I tell you what, Greg, regardless of the season series count, you already know that both of these squads are coming out slugging. I mean, they're competitive. They know each other. Familiarity breeds contempt. So if you ask me, we're in for one of those knockdown, drag-out battles.
And checking out Minnesota's opening lineup, the athletic duo of Levine and Wiggins on the perimeter. Towns is out there with Arthur, and it's Carter Williams in at the point. And that's going to be a turnover. They call him for 8 seconds. The Minnesota Timberwolves come into this one following a loss to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, not a very inspired performance for them, particularly when they were defending. They just gave that hostile crowd plenty to cheer for.
Yeah, they allowed a lot of free runs to the hoop, a lot of open jump shots, and in the end, the opponent's shooting percentage was through the roof. You can't win if your defense isn't better than that.
And just over a minute played here in the start of the game. The pass to Jay. From deep. That one's off. He starts the game with a miss.
You know, even though he missed that three-point shot, I think the defense has to do a better job of challenging the shot.
Yeah, as a coach, you can really ill afford to have those types of opportunities presented against your defense.
Well, let's go to Doris Burke, who spoke with head coach Sam Mitchell. Doris, what's the news?
He has a very specific approach laid out. He told me that they're going to concentrate on working the ball into the paint as much as possible today and taking advantage of what he believes is a significant edge for them on the interior. Guys?
All right, Doris, thank you very much. And he's going to get whistled for that foul, GA. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul?
And the Timberwolves with possession here. They trail by 1. On the court for the Timberwolves as our second quarter is underway. The athletic duo of Levine and Wiggins on the perimeter. Thompson is out there with Towns, and it's Carter Williams in at the 1 spot. Jay drains it from beyond the arc. Jay's got the opening basket here in the second quarter for the Rockets. And that's an intentional foul.
That's all me. Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
The Rockets making a switch here. Harden's checked in. Checked in for Booker. Brewer comes in for Gerald Henderson. Jay's checked in for James Harden. And it's Jennings in for Patrick Beverly. Big group substitution now for Minnesota. Gorgie Dangs checked in for Towns. Arthur comes in for Thompson. Abs checked in for Wiggins. And Jared Bayless subbed in for Levine. And that's an intentional foul.
My bad.
For Minnesota, they have made their free throws at a pretty good clip. They've hit 8 of 10. And the first one at the line is good.
And they're getting to the line a lot in this quarter, guys, and it hasn't been by accident.
Yeah, I don't think it's an accident that aggressiveness correlates with playing better. So the aggressiveness is starting to pay off.
Got that bucket in no time. At all. 8 points for Freak.
And boy, has he picked it up since the start of the second. His shots now starting to fall.
What's up? That's for the Rockets.
And it's been about their defense. They're playing with a frenetic pace, putting a lot of pressure on the ball handlers and forcing turnovers.
The other thing that's helped them,
Rockets. And so that's the end of the...
Houston coming onto the court. All right, Houston coming onto the court.
And now the start of the second half. Neither side jumping out ahead through the first 2 quarters. One guy who's been getting it done is Michael Carter-Williams. And the foul called on Freak. And so he picked up his fight. And so it's a narrow victory for Houston. Pulling it.
Well, Gerald, we know you demand a lot of yourself.
The 2K Sports postgame show.
Ernie Johnson here again with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny Smith. Without further ado, let's present to you our Jordan Player of the Game, James Harden. The fourth quarter was all him. It was like he couldn't miss, and that brings us to the end of our broadcast.
The 2K Sports pregame show.
This is 2K Sports. I'm Ernie Johnson. Welcome to the NBA. We're joined by the legends, Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. And it is Clipper basketball tonight as the Los Angeles Clippers go up against the Houston Rockets at Toyota Center. Taking a look at the Rockets, the game tonight marks their second of 4 meetings they will play this season, and they come into this one feeling pretty good after winning the last time they met. And guys, the fans always enjoy hearing stories from your playing days. Let's talk teammates. Shaq, who were your favorite guys to play with over the years?
You know, everyone loves the Shaq, and Shaq has 4 rings, but I'm saying it here.
They all love
real
the Shaq.
life. Yeah, everybody loves Shaq.
Okay.
I'm sexy, handsome, and qualified. That's what Shaq stands
I
for.
think my question was, who were your favorite teammates?
Let me finish, Ernie. Let me finish. I'm quick to say, hey, I got 4 rings, but I could
You
not,
are quick to say that.
Could not do without Brian Shaw. Brian Shaw was a guy that always looked for me, similar with when how Kenny played with Akeem. He came down, made sure I got my shots off first. Derek Fisher, we all remember the .04 shot. Rick Fox was a hustler to go out and play. Big Shot Bob.
Oh, wow.
Saved
One of
me
my
so
favorites,
many
too.
times.
So he's won both of our favorites.
Big Shot Bob saved me so many times. I would probably only have one without Big Shot Bob. And Nick Van Exel, even though me and Nick didn't win together, we had a great time.
Well, obviously, he said Big Shot. Hakeem, Sam Cassell, Robert Horry, Vernon Maxwell. But one of my favorite of all time, Chucky Brown.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite teammate is Chucky Brown of all time.
You didn't say Otis Thorpe?
No, but Otis was cool.
Oh, my
but
God.
But Chucky Brown was my favorite teammate of all time, man.
Guess who I would say my favorite teammates are?
Who?
Who's that? It's us? Oh, Ernie.
Really?
I thought you were going to say another guy who wasn't here.
I'm getting choked up a little bit. Thanks for joining us.
Need some tissue.
We're live, the home of the Rockets in wonderful Houston, Texas. After this game, the Rockets head back out on the road. They are right in the mix with the rest of the playoff pack, but they can't put it in cruise control just yet.
It's go time. Now, these are two teams whose rivalry goes way back, and anytime they renew it, the fans, as well as all that are involved, are going to be in for a treat.
I like that. Go time. That's a good way to put it. I mean, this will be a testy encounter between these two. The build-up to the game has been extremely intense. I think everybody's expecting some kind of volatility to erupt on the floor today.
Here are the five for the Clippers. Chris Paul and J.J. Redick are the guards. Miles Plumlee out there with Bargnani. And it's Turner in at the 3 spot. And that's going to be a turnover. They call him for 8 seconds. Now here's Redick. Here's Paul, and he uses the glass on the layup.
Oh, that is just weak defense there. I'm pretty sure that was not the plan to give him those kind of baskets at the hoop.
And there's the 8-second call as they can't get it across half court in time.
Yeah, 2 turnovers already in just the first few minutes. Clearly a bit careless. They need him to refocus.
That's good.
I tell you what, guys, it's going to be a tough day on this defense if he's got the A game rolling tonight.
And there's the 8-second call as they can't get it across half court in time.
That's 2 unproductive trips in a row, ending in turnovers.
And one thing you can't do is string together those kinds of possessions. It can snowball in a hurry.
Hey, get CP3.
Now Redick. He's coming off a 10-point game against the Pelicans in New Orleans. Paul with the bucket.
J.J. Redick.
Just around a minute and a half into the first quarter. And they call the 8-second violation. Too much time getting it up court.
Even if the entire team had 4 turnovers, it wouldn't be a good situation at this point in the game.
Yeah, I wonder if his middle name is Murphy, because every time he touches the basketball, something seems to go wrong.
Hey, get Paul.
Looking for Redick. He gets it there. And a great assist by Paul as that one goes in. Redick's got his first bucket in this one. Here's Jay. Kept alive by Houston. Looking to end the run. Score the basket. Nice shot after missing his first attempt.
A good open look, and he splashes home the 3.
And now we've got the intentional foul.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
For Houston, they've gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Beyond the arc. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. Defeated by the Pelicans in their last game, they'll try to put that one behind them. Los Angeles leading by 13, and the Clippers, looking at who they've got, Chris Paul and J.J. Redick are the guards. Turner is out there with Tyler Zeller, and it's Plumlee in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
Another gap in the defense found there, and they've really had their number today.
Here's Jay, trains the three-pointer. Jay's got 6.
Of all the guys you want to leave open out on the perimeter, he is the absolute last guy on the list.
Jay's checked in for James Harden. And it's Jennings in for Patrick Beverly. Big group substitute. Williams. You know what? And so that's the end of
All right.
Well,
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello and welcome to 2K Sports. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith. The regular season on its last legs. We can almost taste the playoffs from here. Kenny, how do they taste?
Wait, hold on. Ooh, it tastes like chicken.
Barbecue chicken?
Oh, yeah.
And tonight our broadcast will be shifting to Atlanta, where we'll see the Hawks going up against the Houston Rockets. Looking at Houston, they haven't competed at the level they'd like over the last week or so. Just one win in 5 games. And with a few moments here, we've seen a lot of coaching turnover. When you played, Shaq, what did you like in a coach, and what set the good ones apart?
Well, my coach had to be a triple OC. He had to be over calm, over cool, over collective. Especially with all the media whirlwind in L.A., Phil Jackson is that guy. He kept things cool and collected in the locker room. He was a triple OC.
Triple OC, almost like a triple OG. But
let's meet the visiting team, Houston Rockets. At small forward, Gerald Henderson. Starting at shooting guard, 6 feet 4 inches, number 7, Sean Kilpatrick. Starting at small forward, standing 6'5", number 24.
we are in Atlanta, Georgia, the home nest for the Hawks. It's an interconference matchup right here. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sports as we get set to bring you some terrific NBA action. I'm Kevin Harlan with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony, and Doris Burke reporting from the sidelines. take a look at the Rockets. In the Western Conference, currently holding on to that 8th slot, hanging on to their postseason plans.
And they've only played them once this season, but that win should give them some confidence heading into tonight, their final matchup.
And guys, a chance to sweep the season series here. Of course, that motivation goes both ways. So they'll have to come ready to play, and I expect they will.
All fueled up and ready to go. Brought to you by Gatorade. Let's check out who's on the floor. So on the floor for Houston, Jay, he's in at the point. Cody Zeller out there with Trevor Booker. Then it's Harden, and it's Henderson in at the small forward position. Now here's Schroeder. 9 points last game out. And the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason. I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Right.
That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move.
Atlanta's gone very strong, 4 for 5 from three-point land in the ball game. And so in the game for the Rockets, Jay in at point guard. Henderson out there with Trevor Booker. Then it's Harden, and it's Capella in at the center.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
Zeller's checked in for Trevor Booker. Brewer comes in for Gerald Henderson. And Jay subbed in for Patrick Beverly. Let's check out what Doris Burke has for us.
Well, Kev, Freak in the last matchup against the Clippers played some outstanding basketball. He had 20 points and did a lot of his work from the charity stripe, getting to the foul line over and over. A bit of a surprise attack for him, as he is usually just regarded as a role player on his team.
All right, Doris. Well, guys, coming off a performance like that has got to have him supremely confident right now.
No doubt. I guarantee he comes into today's game feeling there isn't.
Atlanta leading by 7. And the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up his final foul, and he will sit for the rest of this game.
Yeah, he'll make the walk of shame back to the bench. He gets to watch the rest from the sideline.
And the Rockets making a change here. Harden's checked in. The clock runs out, and we're heading to halftime.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Glad you are joining us today as we enter the final episodes of the NBA regular season. Ernie Johnson, Kenny the Jet Smith, Shaquille O'Neal. Tonight, we'll see the Charlotte Hornets playing against the Rockets in Houston. Looking at Houston, they lost their first matchup against these guys. This, their final game against them in the regular season, looking to finish with a split. And for all those teams that have wrapped up playoff spots, Shaq, what can we expect from them strategically here at the end of the regular season?
Well, for the top team, Ernie, it becomes about securing home court advantage. You want to be peaking at the right time heading into the playoffs. We've seen a lot of teams, Ernie, start off strong. Where are they now?
Do you want rest if you're a frontline player, if you're a guy who's playing a lot? Do you need some rest before the playoffs?
You know, a lot of people answer that question, and if you played more than 8 years, yes, you need rest. If you're a young player, such as Freak, you don't need rest.
We'll be bringing you an interconference matchup in this one as the Hornets come into town. Welcome to Noche Latina here in the NBA. A Latin flavor to the night's festivities as we get ready to go. This is Kevin Harlan to call the game with our analysts Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. The last time these two teams met, it was the Rockets picking up the loss in the outing against the Hornets.
Yeah, they were in a funk from the field in that game. Credit the defense, though, because even when they got open looks, no rhythm to knock them down.
Hey, guys. Hey, every team has a night like that on occasion. It happens. Hey, we call them gong games. You just want to hit the gong, forget about them, and move on.
And a look at the starters for the Hornets. Williams down low with Jefferson. Jeremy Lamb out there with Kemba Walker. And it's Batum in at the small forward position.
There we go, fans. Keep it going.
And so it's Charlotte with it. Walker with it. Now guarded by Jay. And he gets it to go. Batum's got his team on the board to start the game for Charlotte.
And they are on the board first.
Trying to set the tone here early. I like that.
And there's the 8-second call as they can't get it across half court in time. For the Houston Rockets, they come in off the loss to the Hawks in Atlanta.
And the issues they had defensively, in part, I thought, was a huge factor. Really compounded, I think, because it was a road game for them.
Well, you know, they gave the crowd a bunch to cheer about. And when you do that, you put yourself in a really tough position trying to come away with a road win.
Knocked away and stolen by Zeller. A little over a minute gone here in the first quarter. Jay, not enough on that one as it misses.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it.
So it's the Hornets now. They come into this one following the loss to the Mavericks.
Yeah, plagued by foul trouble.
Hornets leading by 6. Hill with it. And Jennings picks him up defensively. Pick up by Hill. And we have an intentional foul there, G.A. Wish I could. Jay's checked in for each one more. 1:30 left to play here in the second quarter. And now they decide to foul intentionally.
That's on me. That's on me.
Let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for Charlotte.
They've definitely had a hot hand from three-point range. Always nice to get off to a good start.
You know, we've seen them bearing their fair share of mid-range jumpers tonight, too. I mean, that's a good start for them.
The Rockets shooting a low 30% mark from the field. Here's Jay, and he's good on the 3-ball. Jay's got to get himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Kicks it to Lamb. And the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up his final foul, and he will sit for the rest of this game.
Yeah, he'll make the walk of shame back to the bench. He gets to watch the rest from the sideline.
Charlotte making the switch here.
Okay, fans, put your hands.
And it's been a back-and-forth game so far with no ground given through the first half. And so it's the Hornets taking care of business in the...
Well, gentlemen,
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Thank you, Kevin. And now let's move on to the presentation of our Jordan Player of the Game, Kemba Walker. He had just an outstanding fourth quarter. And that'll do it for tonight. For Kenny Smith, Shaquille.
The 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello, final episodes of the NBA regular season. Ernie Johnson, Kenny the Jet Smith, Shaquille O'Neal. And coming right up, we'll see the Oklahoma City Thunder playing against the Houston Rockets. Looking at Houston, with a record of 3-7 over their last 10 games, they have been struggling. Wins hard to come by. We'll see if they can grab one tonight. And for all those teams that have wrapped up playoff spots, Shaq, what can we expect from them strategically here at the end of the regular season?
Well, for the top team, Ernie, it becomes about securing home court advantage. You want to be peaking at the right time heading into the playoffs. We've seen a lot of teams, Ernie, start off strong, where are they now?
Do you want rest if you're a frontline player? If you're a guy who's playing a lot, do you need some rest before the playoffs?
You know, a lot of people answer that question, and if you play more than 8 years,
welcome, everyone. It's time for NBA action, coming to you live on this Saturday night. This is Kevin Harlan with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. And joining us in a bit later from the sidelines, Doris Burke. The Houston Rockets come into this one following a loss to the Memphis Grizzlies.
And listen, you have to take advantage of the freebies. And on that night, they did not, and that is why they just could not recover.
Exactly. I mean, they left too much cheese at the foul line. And in the end, it mattered on the scoreboard and cost them.
And he drills it. Beautiful release there from Jay.
How in the world did they let him get that wide open?
And the Houston Rockets starting five. Jay in at point guard. Henderson out there with Trevor Booker. Then it's Zeller, and it's Harden in at the shooting guard position. Now here's Stevenson. And the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason. I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Right.
That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
And that's going to be a turnover. They call him for 8 seconds. Here we get a moment now to view the league's stingiest defenses. The Rockets, number 1.
Great defenders both individually and collectively. I mean, you can tell they really love accepting that challenge. They can stifle you at that end of the floor.
Oklahoma City leading by 9. And now we've got the intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Yeah, yeah, completely.
Jordan's checked in for Steven Adams. Ibaka comes in for Trevor Ariza. Dion Waiters checked in for Lance Stevenson. And Russell Westbrook is subbed in for Raymond Felton. Houston with a big group substitution here. Cody Zeller's checked in for Booker. Brewer comes in for Gerald Henderson. Jay's checked in for James Harden. And it's Jennings in for Patrick Beverley. Westbrook the point with Waiters at the 2. Durant the 3 and Ibaka the 4. And it's Jordan in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That's the lineup out there for the Thunder. Rockets trail by 6. Outside Jennings launches it, and that one's good. Jennings has got himself going there, his first points of the game on the deep ball.
And they've got to talk to each other on D there. Miscommunication, and now he's able to make them pay.
For Oklahoma City, they have shot 70% from the free throw line tonight, 7 for 10.
And they've been ordinary on the season as well, just about 75% from the line.
You know, their percentages dropped off just a little bit compared to last year, guys, but it's not a huge drop-off, so no major concern.
Now let's send it to Doris from the sideline.
Well, Kev, Freak in the last matchup against the Grizzlies played really well. He had 20 points, and he got there with his usual way.
And so it's a close game as we wrap up the first half of basketball. Oklahoma City out in front, leading by 5. And time now to go courtside as we send you over to Doris Burke from the side.
Kevin, you obviously found your...
Okay, good job.
The third quarter now beginning. Both sides looking to pull away in the last half of the game. What a game. So no problem for Oklahoma City as they get the win. They won this game going away. They were the better basketball team, Clark, by far tonight.
No question about it, Kevin. They certainly gave their fans plenty to scream and holler about. This place was rock.
Ugly.
Kevin,
The 2K Sports postgame show.
Kevin, much appreciated. And now let's present our Russell Westbrook. He simply had a dominant third quarter. And folks, that'll wrap it up for tonight. We hope you enjoyed the game. For Shaquille O'Neal.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NBA on 2K Sports. Ernie Johnson here with my esteemed colleagues, Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Tonight, it's the Houston Rockets as they'll be playing against the Grizzlies in Memphis. Well, for the Grizzlies, 6 wins in their last 10 games. They'd like to play even better. Tonight, a chance to add to their win total. And for all those teams that have wrapped up playoff spots, Shaq, what can we expect from them strategically here at the end of the regular season?
Well, for the top team, Ernie, it becomes about securing home court advantage. You want to be peaking at the right time heading into the playoffs. We've seen a lot of teams, Ernie, start off strong. Where are they now?
Do you want rest if you're a frontline player, if you're a guy who's playing a lot? Do you need some rest before the playoffs?
You know, a lot of people answer that question.
The Rockets are looking to defeat their Western Conference rival going into this game. Bringing you another edition of the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm Kevin Harlan with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony and Doris Burke reporting from the sidelines. The last time these two teams met, it was the Rockets picking up the loss in the outing against the Grizzlies. Whatever they can do to avoid a sweep here, they'll need to rebound and do it, but the momentum is definitely not in their favor.
Guys, it was like there was a lid on the basket in that game. No matter how many plays you make at the defensive end, hard to overcome such a lack of production offensively.
Well, you know, the high-quality shots were few and far between for them, guys, and they have nobody to blame but themselves for that. You've got to do a better job of working harder to put up points.
And the Houston Rockets starting five. Jay, he's in at point guard. Cody's in second. The Grizzlies trail by 4. And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
Here's Beverly. This is the most they've led by, 13 points. Here's Jay. A three-pointer is right on target. Jay's got 6.
Man, that is not an easy shot right there. I mean, he had to get it off over a much taller defender.
Yeah, he needed to add just a little more loft on that one because of the size mismatch, and he did it perfectly.
The Rockets making a switch here. Jennings is checked in, and that's an intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
Howard's checked in for Marc Gasol. Brewer is checked in for the Rockets.
Rockets call timeout.
And the first one drops. And so Thompson nails both of them. And just over 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Jay, rebounded by Howard.
It would have been something to see if he could hit that shot from that deep.
Greg, you know it. I know it.
My bad.
Both teams making...
The 2K Sports pregame show.
Ernie Johnson welcoming you to the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm here with Shaq and the Jet. Tonight, it'll be the Dallas Mavericks up against the Houston Rockets. Taking a look at the Rockets, only one win in their last 6 games. They know they can play much better, looking to be more competitive tonight. On the topic of the playoffs and the length of them, they call it the second season, Shaq. What do you look for in a playoff team as an indicator of their ability to succeed?
Well, we all live by this old adage, whatever it is. Defense wins championships. Defense is big. What I like about the playoffs, Ernie, physicality. You can't hesitate to give a foul, prevent easy buckets, a.k.a. you got to touch them up.
Got to touch them up, but experience.
All right, fans, let's play loud!
On the road, looking for a win against their Western Conference rival, the Dallas Mavericks are ready for this thing to get started. Thanks for joining us, everyone. It's the NBA on 2K Sports. With Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and our sideline reporter, Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan. You look at the Rockets. They're still alive in the playoff hunt, just 2 games out of the final seed.
This is the last matchup between these two teams in the regular season. They already hold that 2-1 advantage in the season series.
And, Greg, you know, these individual series between teams are sort of a season within a season. I mean, you always want to come out on top. So
that's all me.
I think they're looking to take care of business here tonight.
Now, a look at Dallas's starting lineup. Derrick Rose is out there with DeRozan. Then there's Anderson, and it's Rudy Gobert, and it's Nowitzki in at the power forwards position. Patrick. Looking at Dallas, they want to turn it around after the loss to New York.
Yeah, they were just pounded on the inside, particularly on that backboard. That was a huge disadvantage for them.
Well, that's always a disadvantage when you get blasted on the glass. They needed to do a much better job of getting inside position. And if you can't do that, it's going to be a long day on the backboards.
On the court for the Mavericks, Anderson is out there with Nowitzki. Then it's DeRozan. Then it's Williams. And it's Gobert in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That puts them in the lead. And it's 8 points for Freak.
How about the way he's able to angle his body to shield the big fella off and still get the finish?
You've got to be clever with your sleight of hand when you get inside and try to finish against the bigger guys. And he made it look easy that time.
The Rockets making a switch here. Beverly's checked in.
That's his 3rd personal foul. Substitution for the Rockets.
Anderson passes to Williams. He's checked in now for Zeller. Brewer comes in for Gerald Henderson. Jay's checked in for James Harden. And it's Jennings in for Patrick Beverly. And the Mavericks will go for a different look here. Powell, he's checked in for Rudy Gobert. Doug McDermott comes in for Dirk Nowitzki.
That's on me.
J.J. Barea is checked in for DeMar DeRozan. And it's Rose in for Williams. What do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Rockets?
Guys, they are dialed in from beyond right now. They didn't waste any time getting into a groove in this game.
They've established their presence in the paint tonight. Also, a lot of their scoring to this point coming from down low.
That's his 4th personal foul. At the line for the Rockets.
He's off on the first. Ejuan Moore is checked in for Jay.
That's up. Who you got? I got him. I got him. You got it out.
Jay's checked in for Houston. And almost 4 minutes gone here in the second quarter of play. And he commits the intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
And so here is Dallas, trailing by 4. Last time they met was in Dallas.
Yeah, and what a gut wrencher it was for them last time they met. Ended up on the losing side in that one.
And, Greg, typically there's one statistic that jumps out at you when you're looking at what decided the game. And in that one, it was all about the rebounding battle.
From deep three-point range, and again, it's the Rockets from deep.
Great outside shooting fueling this run.
And the D is getting bombarded. They haven't been able to slow them down the least bit.
Yeah, he'll make the walk of shame back to the bench. He gets to watch the rest from the sideline.
James Harden, he's checked in for Houston.
That's his 6th personal foul.
Here's Barea. A look at his stats. And a pretty tightly...
Coach, how would...
Houston. Coming onto the court are your
Welcome back, everyone. The second half. So we see the Rockets taking the win here. Some good competition, but...
Yes, I'm here with James Harden. Congratulations on this win. It was a team effort, aided by this electric home.
The 2K Sports postgame show.
Thank you, Kevin. And now let's move on to the presentation. James Harden, the fourth quarter was all him. It was like he couldn't miss. And that'll do it for our broadcast tonight. Hope you enjoyed the show. For me and Kenny Smith, and Shaquille O'Neal, and Kevin Harlan.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello and welcome, everybody. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith. We're glad to have you with us on 2K Sports. And tonight, it'll be the Houston Rockets going up against the Philadelphia 76ers. For Philadelphia, more than solid play for them of late. 7 wins in their last 10 outings, making their mark and playing well. Almost the end of the regular season, several teams looking very good for the playoffs. Kenny, what's more valuable, having well-rested players or getting home court advantage?
Easy. If you're banged up, rest. If you're healthy, home court advantage. Easy, Ernie. But the rhythm and momentum are just as important entering the postseason.
You know what, Ernie? Back in the day, everyone tried to play a full 82. Even if you had a sprained finger or head cold, you're like, forget that, I'm playing. But my advice, if you have a shot at home court, you go for it.
You would play with a head cold?
Oh, my gosh.
I never got a head cold.
You're a warrior.
I always play with a
Welcome, sports fans. Thanks for joining us. And it's time for NBA basketball on 2K Sports. Hi, this is Kevin Harlan, joined by my partners, Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg. For the Philadelphia 76ers, they won their last contest, that game against the Grizzlies in Memphis.
They just weren't challenged. I mean, nearly as much as they should have been in that game, at least when they had the ball.
Yeah, it was a mismatch. I mean, the defense from the start was on its heels practically the entire game.
So the Rockets win the tip. A look at the 76ers starting group. Okafor out there with Jones. Then it's Curry. Then there's Grant. And it's Hopkins in at the 2.
That was some slick passing from Harden on that one.
And they go to the intentional foul.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know.
Curry with it. He had a 27-point outing in their last game against Memphis.
And also, his assist total tells you about the job he did of keeping his head up and keeping his teammates involved.
And for the Rockets, Jay, and it's shooting guard. Henderson out there with Trevor Booker. Then it's Patrick Beverly. And it's Capella in at the center, filling out the middle. And so they choose to intentionally foul. Houston making a switch here. Moore's checked in. A change here. Houston's gotten a success rate of just over 50% from three-point tonight. 4 of 7 shooting. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Jay gets the three-pointer to fall. Jay's got 6 points in the quarter.
Back-to-back threes for him. The defense is slacking off a little.
You've got to respect that three, or he'll give up points in a hurry.
Zeller, he's checked in for the Rockets. And the 76ers also making a change. Okafor's checked in. Rockets on defense. Off the pick. And there's a nice one-handed slam.
And anybody's playbook, but not to mention also truly one of the best.
And Greg, the pick frees him up, and Clark, the dunk, caps it off.
Well, you know, for me, guys, it's all about positioning and anticipation on those screen plays, and they got it right there.
James Harden, he's checked in for the Rockets. Jennings comes in for Patrick Beverly. Last game for Houston, they picked up the win against Dallas.
And we've talked about how in the NBA you've got to earn your points the hard way, and that wasn't the case in that game for them.
No, there was no hard way about it. I mean, they got their points easily.
And so it's a close game as we wrap up the first half.
All right, Houston, coming onto the court. All right, Houston. Coming onto the court, are you ready?
Welcome back, everyone. The second half about to get underway, and it's been a close one so far. So it's the 76ers taking the win in a close game. A narrow win under difficult circumstances, Greg, as the visiting team.
It really was, but that didn't seem to bother them. I mean, road team, home team, all I know is they were the better team.
Well, thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. This is Kevin Harlan thanking you for watching.
the 2K Sports postgame show.
Many thanks, Kevin. And now a chance to check out some of the...
His accuracy from the field was pretty eye-catching. I mean, if he was shooting the ball, it was going in.
And that brings us to the end of our broadcast for this evening.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Greetings, NBA fans. Welcome to 2K Sports. I'm your host, Ernie Johnson, and seated beside me, Kenny the Jet Smith, and the Diesel, Shaquille O'Neal. And in our matchup tonight, we'll see the Portland Trail Blazers going up against the Houston Rockets. Looking at Houston, with a record of 3-7 over their last 10 games, they have been struggling. Wins hard to come by. We'll see if they can grab one tonight. Almost the end of the regular season, several teams looking very good for the playoffs. Kenny, what's more valuable, having well-rested players or getting home court advantage?
Easy. If you're banged up, rest. If you're healthy, home court advantage. Easy, easy, Ernie. But the rhythm and momentum are just as important entering the postseason.
You know what, Ernie? Back in the day, everyone tried to play a full 82. Even if you had a sprained finger or head cold, you're like, forget that, I'm playing. But my advice, if you have a shot at home court, you go for it.
You would play with a head cold?
Oh, my gosh.
The Rockets are looking to defeat their Western Conference rival going into this game. 2K Sports is proud to present NBA basketball. With Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg, this is Kevin Harlan. And, of course, the big news, Shabazz Muhammad out with the injury.
They certainly aren't going to have him for this game, Kevin, but looking on the bright side of things, it appears as though he'll be ready for action in the playoffs.
Now a chance, courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. The starting five on the floor. So on the floor for Houston, Jay, he's in at point guard. Booker out there with Henderson. Then it's Harden, and it's Zeller in at the 5, roaming the paint. And out of bounds as the Rockets gain possession. And that's going to be a turnover. They call him for 8 seconds. And so here's Portland. Outplayed in the previous game on their schedule, losing to Sacramento.
And listen, you have to take advantage of the freebies. And on that night, they did not, and that is why they just could not recover.
Exactly. I mean, they left too much cheese at the foul line. And in the end, it mattered on the scoreboard and cost them. Kev, he needs to be more cautious. That's 2 fouls in less than 60 seconds.
The Rockets making a switch here. Beverly's checked in. Now here's McCollum, guarded by Harden. And it's blocked.
Rockets call timeout.
Start it.
To show you the shooting guards with the highest percentage from the floor over the last month. Freak, third, and of course, James Harden.
You know, just ask this group. Sometimes when you're hot, and it's a comforting feeling for a coach to know you've got one of those guys roaming on the perimeter.
And not only can they light it up from the perimeter, Greg, but they get their buckets getting to the rim as well. I mean, aggressive moves to the basket are always going to help your shooting percentage. You got to get some easy ones to shoot a high percentage.
Rockets trail by 5. Lillard at the point with C.J. McCollum playing the 2. Al Farouk Amino is out there with Davis, and it's Whiteside in at the center position. They're the group the Portland Trailblazers will start the second. Here in the second quarter, just under 3.5 minutes played. Here's Jay. His shot is good, making him a perfect 2 for 2 from the floor.
You have to be disciplined on defense, Kevin. Biting on every pump fake isn't going to get it done.
Ilyasova, he's checked in for Portland. And so they foul intentionally. Portland with the ball. And the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up. So we've reached the end.
Well, Damian...
All right, I want everyone to...
You definitely came to play tonight, but your teammates did not. How disappointed are you in them?
It's frustrating to play the way I did and feel like the rest of the team ain't there to back you up. Whatever, though. I'll keep doing my thing, and sooner or later, the rest of them will figure it out, right?
They really had your number out there tonight, and it wasn't even close. What happened?
Can't speak for the rest of the team, but I know I wasn't very happy with my performance. So I'm going to review the film, get to work in practice tomorrow, and try to do better next time out. And that's all I could do, really.
Well, it's no secret that you're approaching free agency. Are you going to give a hometown discount if they make an offer?
Yeah. I'm going to have to refer to my agent, Mr. Don Pagnati, on that one. He's your man if you want to talk business stuff like that. All I can say is I'm focused on finishing this season, doing the best I can with this team. I'll think about all that other stuff when the season's over and me and my girl Yvette are sitting on the beach somewhere in Jamaica. And that's the truth.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hey everybody, I'm Ernie Johnson here for 2K Sports alongside Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. Precious few games left before playoff time as the all-important playoff seeding starts to solidify. Tonight's broadcast will feature the Denver Nuggets as they go up against the Houston Rockets. Taking a look at the Rockets, they've had a tough time over the last few weeks. 3-7 in their last 10 games. We'll see if they can make amends tonight. And as we march toward the end of the regular season, Shaq, I want your opinion on veterans being rested in back-to-back games.
You know what, Ernie, you hear a lot of people complain, but let me tell you from personal reasons, it's the right thing to do in some cases, especially for the older teams to have a real shot to win a championship. Popovich has been doing it. Look how many rings he got. Well, there's been a lot of talk about extending the regular season and taking away some of those back-to-back games. But it's like bowling, Ernie. I'm a good bowler. Like, you're using your right arm a lot, and sometimes you need to rest it. You can't just start bowling with your left. So, for me, I bowled a perfect game twice in my life. I'm only using right hand. You need that rest. That was the worst analogy I ever heard in my life.
No, yeah, I think so, too. How good a bowler are you, Kenny?
I'm probably
Boy, just amazing architecture here. The view of the Capitol building in beautiful downtown Denver, Colorado. Everyone is in their seats here at the Pepsi Center as the Nuggets look to grab a win here in downtown Denver, Colorado. The Houston Rockets coming to this one after a win against the Clippers in Los Angeles.
And, guys, they could have won that game on the strength of their offense alone. It was that good.
And most impressive when you do it on the road like that. They just kept coming at them wave after wave, and they really kept the crowd on mute in that one.
Here we go.
Tip-off goes to Houston.
Denver ball.
A look at the opening lineup for the Houston Rockets. Jay, he's in at the point. Trevor Booker is out there with Henderson. Then it's Harden, and it's Zeller in at the 5, roaming the paint.
And they get the first bucket of the game on that one.
I tell you what, fellas, I'm anticipating a good one here.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
Now, here's Moutier.
That pass into the paint, that is a work of art there, dead on target.
And they call the 8-second violation. Too much time getting it up court.
My fault.
On defense, the Rockets, last time they met in Houston.
Yeah, and looking back at their last game against this club, they were badly out-rebounded.
Yeah, and that turned the tide, the rebounding differential. They got to focus and make it a team effort to really pound the glass.
A nice shot by Booker.
Defensively, that possession better not start a trend because they just handed him 2 points.
An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg, I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
Houston making a switch here. Beverly's checked in. Looking at Denver, they want to turn it around after the loss to Oklahoma City.
And really, given how they performed offensively, guys, they just never had a chance.
Yeah, and you can see their frustration growing and growing as they continue to come up empty on their possessions. By the end, they were just happy to watch the clock wind down and move on.
And now, brought to you by Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset our lineups. So on the floor for Denver, Gallinari is out there with Will Barton. Then there's Harris. Then it's Moutier. And keeping us updated from the sideline, let's swing it over to Doris Burke for an update. Hi, Doris.
Well, Kev, freak in the last...
On the floor. Rockets trail by 15. This one for 3. Rebound collected by Snell. Denver's gone 4-6 from outside the arc tonight. And now we've got the intentional foul. There's 1:17 left in the first half. 18 feet out. The Nuggets with another miss.
Well, I think he kind of alligator armed that one, short-stroked it. After doing a nice job to get open, he didn't finish the shot.
And the defense scattered all over the place on the break. Nice job finding the wide open three.
And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for Denver.
They've definitely had a hot hand from three-point range. Always nice to get off to a good start.
You know, they've also shown some real tenacity here early on tonight, and it's paid off with a lot of second chance points.
Here's Jay, the offensive rebound. Shot is good, and the Nugget lead is cut down to 12 on the bucket from Decker.
He got a great read of where that miss was going, and that allowed him to be the first guy to it and get the putback.
Uncovered. Can't hit. The Rockets take it the other way. 34 seconds left in the first hit. And again for three, the basket is good from Jay. Jay's got to get his second bucket of the night. And the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up his... And that does it for the...
Now on the court, your very own.
Okay, listen up. There's some things we can do to...
Now on the court, your very own.
All right, the second half beginning in just a moment. An exceptional performance so far from James Harden.
I just love the tenacity on the defensive side. I mean, his play.
And so it's Denver taking care of business in this one. A confident win and one where they clearly showed the greater effort.
They certainly put on a good show here at home, and I think they felt they had the edge and that extra little bit of confidence.
The 2K Sports postgame show.
Kevin, thank you. And now we get a chance to check out our Jordan player.
I think he came tonight with specific intention, not to be outworked by anyone. He owned the glass and got great position time and time again. I just loved his energy.
Boom, boom, boom. That's right, Ernie. Instruments. This guy.
And that'll do it for tonight. For Kenny Smith, Shaquille.
2K Sports pregame show.
Hey everybody, I'm Ernie Johnson here for 2K Sports alongside Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. Precious few games left before playoff time as the all-important playoff seeding starts to solidify. And it is Clipper basketball tonight as the Los Angeles Clippers go up against the Houston Rockets at Toyota Center. Taking a look at the Rockets, with a record of 3-7 over their last 10 games, they have been struggling. Wins hard to come by. We'll see if they can grab one tonight. Almost the end of the regular season, several teams looking very good for the playoffs. Kenny, what's more valuable, having well-rested players or getting home court advantage?
Easy. If you're banged up, rest. If you're healthy, home court advantage. Easy, Ernie. But the rhythm and momentum are just as important entering the postseason.
You know what, Ernie? Back in the day, everyone tried to play a full 82. Even if you had a sprain.
We're live, the home of the Rockets in wonderful Houston, Texas. Looking at the last game for the Houston Rockets, it was a loss to Denver.
Yeah, the inability to make threes in that game because they took a lot of them, I think, is why they ended up on the short end of the stick.
Yeah, they did take a bunch of them. Sometimes you can make up for poor three-point shooting with a strong inside game, but their inside game just wasn't strong enough.
And the Clippers starting five. Chris Paul and J.J. Redick are the guards. Griffin is out there with Enes Kanter, and it's Turner in at the small forward position. Now here's Paul. Playing Memphis, he was nearly unstoppable, and that's an intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
Clippers leading by 11, all fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset the lineups, courtesy of Gatorade, as the second quarter gets going. So on the floor for Houston, Jay in at shooting guard, Booker out there with Henderson, then it's Patrick Beverly, and it's Capella in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
And here are the numbers for Turner. He's had an impressive second half of the season, averaging 9 points per game, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds. And some pretty good numbers, guys. He's certainly making a contribution.
Better than expected. He still has a ways to go, but I like what I'm seeing right now.
Over in the corner, Beverly. 6 on the shot clock. Drops in the tray. Beverly's got the first basket of the second quarter for the Rockets. And we have an intentional foul there, G.A. Wish I could say why.
That one's pretty strange. I mean, no idea what got into his head right there.
James Harden, he's checked in for Houston. Houston with a big group substitution here. Cody Zeller's checked in for Booker. Brewer comes in for Gerald Henderson.
That's on me.
Jay's checked in for James Harden. And it's Jennings in for Patrick Beverly. A big group substitution here for the Clippers. Plumlee, he's checked in for Kanter. Bargnani comes in for Blake Griffin. J.J. Redick's checked in for Green. And it's Paul in for Evan Turner. Jay. And again, it's the Rockets from deep.
That is a real nice-looking deep three ball there, fellas.
Yeah, Clark, major confidence on display.
And it's Paul missing.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
They get the rebound. Zeller, and he slams it one-handed.
And gobbled up that rebound and went straight into attack mode on the putback.
He is one of the most determined rebounders, Clark, we have got in the NBA.
Yeah, you're calling it right, Kevin. I mean, he gets so many second-chance points because of how hard he works to get to the rebound.
And that one falls for Paul.
You know, Paul is playing really well. He's got 10 points, and he's drained 3 three-point bombs so far.
Don't stop. Don't hesitate. Keep firing from out there when the shot's falling like this.
And there's the 8-second call as they can't get it across half court in time.
That's an inexcusable mistake, guys. That's not the way to get back in the game.
And I don't know if anybody can tell you what he was thinking because I certainly have no idea.
Passes it to Redick. Jennings with the double team. And the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up his final foul. And he will sit for the rest of this game.
Well, at this stage, he might as well have a seat and get off the floor. They've got no chance in this one.
Houston making a switch here. Moore's checked in.
Okay, gentlemen, 2 shots. 2 shots.
And so we conclude the first half. Clip.
Yes, Kevin, I'm here with...
Hey, fellas, let's go over what...
Okay, fans, put your hands
Welcome back, everyone, to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the third and fourth quarters. You look at J.J. Redick, what a contribution.
Yeah, created a lot of quality.
So it's Los Angeles winning this one easily.
Andrea, congratulations on the win. What was the biggest difference maker for the team?
I think we got a lot of enthusiasm from the defensive part of the game because we're playing good defense. Everybody get excited when we get a stop. So that excitement, we bring that excitement on the offensive end.
Congratulations, Andrea. Kevin, over to you.
All right, Doris, thank you. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Clark Kellogg, Greg Anthony, and Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. And we'll see you next.
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Thank you, Kevin. And now we have the opportunity to present our Jordan Player of the Game, Chris Paul.
You know what? He's a total package as a floor general. There may not be an official ranking for the best leaders in the league, but if there was, CP3 would.
And that'll do it for this edition of the NBA on 2K Sports. Hope you enjoyed the show. From myself, Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Harlan, and the entire 2K Sports crew, have a wonderful evening.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hi there, folks. Ernie Johnson here, aided once again by Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Great to be together again as the NBA regular season wraps up and playoff fever starting to set in. Are you feeling it, Kenny?
Oh, I feel that playoff fever.
Yes, we do.
Hey, we don't have to pay for this song. Why? Because I made it up in my head.
I'm the backhand guy.
Yeah.
And on tap tonight, it's the New Orleans Pelicans going up against the Houston Rockets. Looking at Houston, with a record of 3-7 over their last 10 games, they have been struggling. Wins hard to come by. We'll see if they can grab one tonight. 81 games down, only one left to go. Shaq, I got to tell you, feels like the regular season flew by. What's your takeaway?
You know, I feel like the game changes every year, Ernie. More athleticism.
Coming to you live on 2K Sports. It's time for NBA action. Kevin Harlan here along with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. Right now the Pelicans are back in town for just one game and looking to play well for their home fans. They faced off right here last time they met, but the home club just couldn't pull out the win. That loss brought them down 2-1 in this series matchup. They'd like to steal back that momentum.
And it wasn't just about the bad shooting. It was really more so about the bad offense. They just didn't execute well. The screens weren't there. The spacing was poor, and thusly the defeat.
Well, you've laid out a couple of the details that lead to good offense, or bad if you don't execute them. Shooting is just a byproduct of not screening well and not moving the ball or players well. They didn't execute anything on the offensive end.
And the Houston Rockets starting five. Jay, he's in at the point. For the Houston Rockets, they come into tonight following a loss to Oklahoma City.
And that was one of the few times that you'll see a team just lack fight defensively and losing that game.
Yeah, and I know their fans may not want to hear it, but the reality and the truth is the defensive end of the floor was not what it needed to be in terms of effort.
And now let's check out the lineups courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. Here's the second quarter of play. So on the floor for Houston, Jay, he's in. Is checked in, and Jay subbed in for Gerald Henderson. And he commits the intentional foul.
That's all me.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
And for those of you just joining us in the second quarter, with about 3 minutes gone by, and the foul called on Freak. And so he's picked up his final foul, and he will sit for the rest of this game. Deckers checked in for Houston. And the first half comes to a close. Here we go now, the start of the third quarter, welcoming you back in a closely contested first half so far.
Gordon playing very well. He's got 13 points, and he's drained 3 3-point bombs so far.
Don't stop. Don't hesitate. Keep firing from out there when the shot's falling like this.
So it's a narrow victory for New Orleans.
How's that L feeling, Freak?
Yeah, you got us this time, man. We're going to get you next time, though.
Not having a Freak. Keep dreaming, though. Hit me up when you get a chance. Got some stuff to talk to you about.
All right, we'll do. Hey, I'm serious. We're going to get you next time.
The 2K Sports postgame show.
Ernie Johnson here again with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny Smith without Eric Gordon. Just a monster first quarter of the game. And that'll do it for our coverage of this year's final regular season contest. It has been a wild ride. For Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the